guys. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be playing a game called Bastion today. I know next to nothing about it, save that it starts with the letter B. We're doing an ongoing theme here, where we're trying to get through the entire alphabet by the end of the year. We started with the A with the Alien Isolation, and now we're here with B on Bastion. Alright. Lovely. Loving this music.
Proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. Ain't so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted, leaving him stranded on a rock in the sky.
This kid. Yep. Rock in the sky.
He gets up, sets off for the Bastion, where
Guess I had to
everyone
push
agreed to
something.
go in case of trouble.
Yo.
Ground forms up under his feet as it pointing the way. He don't stop to wonder why. And then he falls to his death. I'm just fooling. Finds his lifelong friend just lying in the road. Well, it's a touching reunion.
Okay.
He sees what's left of the rippling walls, years of work undone in an instant, in the calamity. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a gas fella, forced out from underground. Kid pops him good. Fella got a piece of him, though. Kid just rages for a while.
Love this narration.
An old repeater falls out of the sky. Ain't a gift from the gods, but it'll have to do. Gotta hold her still to spin up the chamber.
Alright, let's see what's down here. Alright, cool. Alright, so we have unlimited, it looks like.
Kid's worked up quite a thirst by now, so that fountain looks real inviting. Sometimes you just need a drink. A school of squirts tunnels up around them. Must have fled here from the mines. Kid finds a memento from a girl he knew. Always used to fancy her.
Fashion accessory covered with soot, holds great value of sedimental variety. Also holds hair firmly checked. Best hang on to it just in case. Identification badge from the old days. All those unofficial business for the city bear the star of Caledonia, said to represent warmth, labor, and sacrifice.
He sets foot inside one of Celandia's famous watering holes. Inside's old Rondi, the bartender. The calamity got him before his drinking did. Rondi always wanted his ashes scattered here. Then Kid finds his trusty shield. But just as he's getting a handle on it, the security takes him for a petty thief. Special delivery. Gas, fellas. Windbags start turning up for last call. More squirts start coming out of the woodwork. Big old fella pops out in front of the kid. Them windbags are playing for keeps. Kid sees the way to the Bastion out the window. It's a bit of a drop.
Come in. Okay. Oh. Is he here? No. Let me know when he's here. I'll go straight out. All right. I like the narration in this. Guess we can't leave. Evasive roll.
He gets a good look at things on his way down. He lands on top of a breaker's bow, and it ain't broke. Wasn't long before the kid could loose an arrow, strong and true. Kid spies a good perch for some target practice. He knows he should draw the string all the way back. Kid pockets a memento from a breaker, once the fastest man in the land. Good news is the emergency defenses still work. Bad news is they're aiming for the kid. Up a few pointers from a dusty old tome. fast learner. He finds the distillery right next to the arsenal. Tough part of town. The arsenal's where the kid can pick the best tools for the job. One sip of the spirits in that distillery, and the kid'll feel like a new man.
You can hold more spirits. Fetching fizz. Breaker skill causing arrow to bounce from target to target. Let's do that.
Bad time to run out of black tonic. Some of them squirts birthing like crazy in a couple of corn bins.
See it better.
That one was Maud, the tutor. Once taught the kid good manners. He never used them, though. Ferry barge sends the kid on his way. The Bastion's real close now. Takes a chunk of alloy. Smell of barley and spoiled blueberries fills the air. Scumbags. Kid maybe shouldn't have done what he just did. That easy. Robs a scumbag of his last meal. Kid puts him out of his misery. finds the core to the Wharf District. He steals the city's heart. Might as well. Kid has a feeling he better get a move on. The place is starting to fall. See, that core Kid took was the only thing making this particular rock stay afloat. Kid just keeps running. Skyway's in sight. Well, down he goes. Down toward the Bastion. Now the kid sees something stranger still. His mind races.
Keep falling.
Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds another. He finds me. We talk for a spell. There's a bit of the Bastion's power in that crest, enough to point the way to the cores. All I tell him is to set that core of his on the monument there, then watch. I try to let the kid down gently. This is the Bastion, all right. Except no one else showed up. And just like that, the Bastion comes alive. Starts growing again. Growing stronger.
Nice.
Kid's gotta put its power to good use. Now the Bastion can send him even farther into the wild unknown. Always much to say.
I love the style of this game. This is cool. I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back. Options, controls.
Bastion ain't gonna build itself. Well, not entirely. Kid ponders what to build. The Bastion's a place of peace, but we can hold our own if we have to. Ain't much Kid can't handle with hammer and bow in hand. Kid don't know what's out there waiting for him. The Skyway. Now the Kid can ride the wind to distant lands. The breakers used to come here for target practice. We used to play a little game. See who could bust the most targets in the fewest shots. He's focused, he's armed, and he's off. Shot just happens in a flash.
Prize. Shots fewer. Restart.
Kid ain't had enough of the breakers' barracks. Takes practice, and a mighty strong bow helps too.
Shots or fewer. Let's try one more time.
solid performance.
Nice. Five shots. 5. How do we do 5?
He returns with some of the materials we need. Sometimes a single look says it all. Now he lands at the intersection between bad and wrong. Ought to be a core down one of these twisted streets. But which one? He heads for the squirt steps. Won't be no field trip this time. Scumbag can digest just about anything. Except for this. It's quick for slicing and light enough to throw. They say even the most rambunctious squirts can be tamed. No sign of the core here. At least the kid got something for his trouble.
I love this. This dialogue.
Them squirts just don't know when to quit. He heads for the biggest dump in town. Scumbag alley. Squirts don't make the best of friends, but they can be useful in a pinch.
Did you knock on the wall? Oh. Sorry. I thought you were just doing stuff.
And there he is, the oldest scumbag of them all, Gershel. The calamity ain't done much for Gershel's sunny disposition. They always said old Gershel wouldn't go without a fight.
fancy, something heavy.
The rest of the path is gone for good, and his city crest won't bring it back. No core, no surprise. Like the gas fellas are hiding it from him. Up north is where the gas fella foreman used to live, tending to his flock. Gas fellas all dress alike. Kids wondering the same thing.
Ragged hood. Send the mines of an hour storm and the remains of stone in the London goes forward. This reminds me of like
And there it is, but it's locked down tight in an alloy cage. A blustery old foreman is keeping his fellas in check, almost like he's showboating for the crowd. And now there's a new marshal in town. He heads for the east side, where windbags used to keep the local forge. Odd place to find the likes of Percy the Snitch. Never much cared for that big wide grin of his. Somehow that old forge is still standing. Inside the forge, Key can fine-tune those instruments of his.
something sharp and upgrade material for the war machete.
Kid's lifelong friends looking fit to keep on fighting. With a good length of Miska, that bow's like new again. A little Zolwood oil and that blade shines like a light.
Attack cripple foes, attacks deal damage over time. +2.
place grown, but it's too tough to fall. Kid's ready to go, and his ticket out's right where he started. He comes back, just like I knew he would. The core hums in his pack. The monument's calling for it. The windbags used to be all right. Then the calamity took the floor out from under him. What else is there to say? Kid does it again. Only fair he decides what we build next.
Plus 10 max health, critical chance hit, active only when at full health, party punch, plus 1 chance to carry on if defeated, damage surrounding foes if defeated. Active only when below 33 while defending. Let's do that.
Cinder brick style sure goes down smooth, then stays in your gut like a rock.
Let's go back to the
Careful these days. Picked up traces of other cores while the kid was out.
Sundown path, melting pot.
In better days, the melting pot was sealed tighter than the skin on a squirt. Of all the plans to survive the calamity, it had to be stab weeds. That's not what I meant to do. If there's a core, he figures it ought to be deeper down. Core stuck inside one of those fancy cages. He throws a switch. Now what could possibly go wrong? Quite a bit, as it turns out. Some of the stuff lying around is downright dangerous. The cage starts lifting from the core ever so slow. All Kid can do is wait. Shipments start falling in. Not every squirt born bad. Some spring to the kid's defense. Judging by the movement of the cage, it's gonna take a little while. folks don't take kindly to interlopers. Even some gas fellas take his corner. Heard it pop that needle before. At this rate, maybe 5 more minutes, maybe 30. Hard to tell. Squirts get real territorial around the core. Then a shipment of free samples shows up. One thing's for sure, that cage is awful heavy. It's a troublesome scene to be sure. Moments left, the core goes free. 10, 9, 8, 7, give or take a few seconds. Finally, the core's within reach. And done. It ain't all bad. Just get find some spices from the motherland. Tax-free.
Got it. Nuts.
He's got it. Just gotta get to the nearest barge.
There we go.
I still remember the look on his face after that one. Folks voyaged across the boundless sea to found Ceylondia. It was good living here for a while. We ain't much for pleasantries. The old world's finished, but the new world's just getting started. A lot of things need fixing up in this world, and we can start right here. Kid packs a special surprise in every one of those arrows. Squirt cider will toughen you right up. Too bad about the musty aftertaste. Windbag Ranch was built for gathering squirt extract in copious supply. Ain't nothing more healthful. Some folks showed up to make a fast buck with nothing but a knife. Place gets awful slick sometimes. Still others use the place to test their finest blades. Cuts all of them down soon enough.
Under 90 seconds. Interesting.
Kid comes back from Windbag Ranch smelling good and ripe.
Smelling good and right.
Couples used to walk the sundown path. Kid ain't here for pleasure, though. But then, somebody gets to the core before the kid. The floor starts giving way under the lightest step. A single panic squirt would bring the whole place down. So could a reckless kid, for that matter. Fragments of the old world rain from the sky. Stray valuables are lying everywhere. The kid thinks twice about risking his hide for them, though. Well, the path ain't exactly open to visitors no more. Security's all fired up. See, the path was intended for leisurely strolling and such. Not so much for noise and tomfoolery. Sky bridges link the path together. One of them bridges whips the kid along. Finds a spyglass, like the ones they'd use to search the stars.
That path looks all breathtaking views of the stars and mountains, so now at least the stars remain interesting.
Air travel always was an iffy proposition. The calamity changed everything, even where the wind blows. Well, if we mastered the winds in the old days, we can do it again. But the question is, who else could have taken the core? Quick and careful is the only way to go. Well, ain't no survivor stole the thing. Scumbag ate it by mistake. Tough break. Unlike the kid, that core ain't coming back. No, they used to ship live munitions down the path. us fellas need some shut-eye from time to time. They get real cranky when we wake 'em up.
Slab burns bluestone.
In all this toil, Kid keeps coming back to an overwhelming question. Who else could have survived the calamity? So he didn't find the core that time, but that ain't about to stop us. We could always see the stars. We just never could reach them, no matter how high we built. We talk a little here and there. War machetes are so quick, you gotta keep a good grip on them.
Portable explosive that detonates on impact when thrown. Rarely dependent on these for their sheer force, true controversy.
A bow and a machete, every bit as effective as the fancier stuff. No place better than Trapper's Shingle for learning to tread light and shoot straight. Trappers had to tread real careful here, else take a nasty fall.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, we're back.
Kid decides to keep working his aim and footwork on the shingle. They train themselves by clearing out the targets while not clearing out the floor. Best time to pick a new spot was when swapping magazines. Expert trappers got something extra to give them an edge.
64 targets. We can do that. We were close. Maybe not so easy.
To think a rickety place like the shingle survived, and so little else did. Turns out those old bones still have some spark in them.
Custom cartridge full of countless bone shards.
those fangs sink in nice and deep.
Let's try that again. Got a second one. Something greasy. Rattletail oil. 64 targets. Yeah, we can definitely do that. We just fell, that's all.
Trappers got what they needed for a better hunt. The trappers would have been impressed with how the kid handled the shingle. Keep your chin up, kid, I tell him.
Alright, let's see if we can get this one down.
Always time for juice and squirts, they used to say. At least the little fellas can't feel a thing. Some squirts tried to flee on instinct.
30 seconds. I don't like that one so much. Second prize. Let's try that again. We can do that. Let's try that again. Alright. This one is tougher, but I can do it.
He's feeling real proud of that show.
Nice.
I almost don't believe it when he says he passed the Breaker's challenge.
Breaker volley, a skill used by the swiftest breakers, delivering arrow after arrow in rapid succession, devised by the breaker's most renowned archery instructor. Snooze dart. Bulk coat and heavy sedative, which causes the target to lose consciousness on impact. Considered unsportsmanlike by some trappers.
Fetching fizz is like a mouthful of nails, but the benefits are worth it.
Moving on.
The workman ward. Them windbags used to keep the city humming along here. The wharf district. Folks sailed deep into the boundless sea from here. The breaker barracks. Many straight shooters learned their way here. That's Windbag Ranch. Perfect place to work a blade if you got the stomach for it. The melting pot. Place hoarded all sorts of fineries from beyond the boundless sea. The hanging gardens. Folks used to go here to relax from their relaxing. The sundown path. Lovely place for a stroll. Before the calamity, that is. That's Trapper's Shingle. Only place in the city to go to get certified with a repeater. The dead welcome him with open arms. The calamity took everybody after all. Kid sees it plain, frozen faces all around. You don't much care to see him. Not like this. These folks never saw the calamity coming, but someone did. Someone close. Someone like him. Kid sees him there again, in the flesh. It's a snag or two trying to get to him. He ain't about to stop, no matter what. He's got so many questions after all. Just ain't got time for answers. The Thunder brothers didn't make it. They never saw what it was like beyond the walls. Nor did the bird boy didn't make it.
Nuts.
The Jawsons, they didn't make it.
This is like heartbreaking.
Grady Sr., Grady Jr., they didn't make it. But him, he survived. Kid finds proof enough that man ain't from around here.
Born by the Eura heritage, the Tassel spade was a rare sight in Caledonia before the calamities. Very few Ura lived in the city, now there are fewer
Just think, without that man, we wouldn't be here right now, would we? The core survives as well. Kid does what he has to do. And then... what do you say to a man who's seen too much? Kid hasn't a clue, but he says this. We have to go. Please.
Huh.
He's a proper gentleman, that man. His name is Zulf. No hiding he's an Ura. Folks like him ain't never been a common sight in Caelondia. He's relieved to see a living face or two. The kid and I introduce ourselves in kind. Both to him and to each other for the first time. For Zulf, Caelondia was like his second home. He's real worried about his first home, too. Far to the east. We all lost loved ones in the calamity, he says. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without mine. Zulf offers to help me plot the skyways for the kid. At least the calamity hasn't touched the stars, he says. He was born in the Tazzle terminals. The Ura sent him on a mission of peace to our city, and he's lived here ever since. We fought the Ura decades ago, but that was then. Things are different between us now. Kid says hello, but Zulf's lost in thought. The cores, they remember. That's why this place is coming together. That's why things are gonna be all right. Well, look what we have here.
Just need a place to build it.
The memorial. Here, a kid can pay respect to the old world and earn it in kind. The valediction. Just another one of my sketches. Nothing more. Words can't express what happened, but they're all I got. We tracked down a couple more cores near the edge of the city. There's Pith Orchard, built in honor of the bull, and folks like Zulf who pray to him. That's Cinder Brick Fort, where the marshals used to watch over the city. No use praying to the gods these days. No time for it either. Kid says a little prayer anyway. Couldn't hurt, right? Folks used to make pilgrimage here to pay their respects to Pith, the bull, Pith Orchard. Place is a dead end in more ways than one. gods are long gone now, and the orchard core is long gone too. Seems Pith ain't much of a watchdog. Pith stood for something once. Something real. In time, though, the bull stopped being a symbol and started being a decoration. The gods don't care about trinkets, but the kid ain't no god. Couldn't even save his loyal subjects.
Something coarse.
Pith makes a decent scarecrow at least. Then Pith lights up like a rodeo. Easy punching through his hide.
This is Bastion.
Kid breaks him to bits. Must have been guarding that shrine.
This narrator is awesome. I know nothing about this game, but I'm really enjoying it. It's got like a Dark Souls-esque lore, but...
So what'll it be? Invoke the gods? Or tell them off?
It was recommended to me.
Pith.
Foes will grow quicker to move and strike. No bonus.
Kid don't need favors from the likes of Pith. On second thought, maybe he does.
Music
The
is
gods
awesome.
are alive. They must be plenty sore. Popping windbags is hard enough. No need to get the gods involved.
No, there's no health bar.
Things might have gone worse if Kid tampered with that shrine. found the core, at least he found Zolf's precious shrine.
Is great. Yeah, this is really
Now
cool.
we can build
I really
a shrine
like
of our own,
the style.
though I got some alternatives in mind. Zolf doesn't touch the thing. Says the god of commotion is no children's toy. Zolf's the talkative sort. At least he used to be. The Ura feared the gods. We turned them into toys, put their faces on our walls.
So these are like missions that we could do, or like basically like in-game achievements, and you get rewards for doing
Bravers,
them.
the arm of justice. They seemed unstoppable.
So there's a great calamity that happened, and it caused all kinds of bad shit, like everything to crumble. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. Alright, there's a proving ground. Let's try the proving ground.
The accused always got a fair shake in Ceylondia. Some used to take the bullhead trial.
I gotta turn down this a little bit for myself. There we go.
Survive the trial without taking a scratch, you'd walk away a free man.
Oh. You can counter. Wow.
Bullhead trial taught folks three things. First, a good defense is a good offense. Second, you gotta always watch your back. Third, ain't no godlike bull up there gonna save you.
This is tough. Nice. It like goes to the music a little bit. Ah.
The trial pushed many a man to his limits. The smarter ones knew when to just step aside and let things go.
Third prize. So second prize, I probably need to get hit like 10 times. 15. And I guess the first prize is probably nothing. Oh shit. Interesting. So for that wasn't a death unless I don't get a respawn. So this is like Firelink's Shrine, the place I keep going back to.
The Bastion, Caelondia's safe haven, once the highest point in the city. Too bad it wasn't finished before the calamity struck. That's the Bullhead Court. Folks defended themselves there with shields, not words.
Alright, let's go to Cinderbrick Fort. Yeah, this narrator's pretty freaking cool.
There's only one way to Cinderbrick Fort. The hard way. Sure, the city marshals may be gone.
See the marshal here?
But now the fort's crawling with windbags.
So the guy was like made of ash.
Wham! Kid's ready for the windbags this time.
And it starts off this way, by the way. It's not like something happens in the game. It starts off with everything being destroyed.
The calamity was mercy for normal folks. The windbags ain't so lucky. The windbags put the kid on notice.
Oops. Damn.
They've been left to freeze or starve or face the kid.
Damn.
Well, windbags young and old keep fighting for the fort.
blunderbuss.
Windbags ain't much different from normal folks. All they want's a warm place to stay and a decent meal.
Musket. Oh shit, it's like a cannon. It's like a shotgun. Nice.
The Calamity drove the Windbags topside. A lot of them wound up here in this very fort.
Exploration!
Could have been minding the business underground like in the old days.
Ouch. Neat.
Windbags can't use the martial supplies, but the kid sure can. As for the Windbags, Cinderbrick gave them enough heat and metal to munch on for a while. Well, the fort ain't theirs by right.
So we
Can't
collect
blame them for wanting it, though. So many of those sorry things holed up inside that old fort. Blasting everything in sight with that newfangled musket. electronics.
Yo, he like narrates everything. Nice.
Security's plane gone haywire. Windbags gummed up the works.
Enter, guys.
Kid ain't afraid of getting burned.
Trying to see if we could get over to the left there. It doesn't look like we can. No.
They trapped the kid in the middle of the fort's parade grounds. Then they bring out Glutus and Glandon and all their scumbag uncles. They got something to gain, and only their sorry hides to lose. Kid takes down Glutus. Maybe it was Glandon. The uncles go out with a whoopper. The windbags finally get the message. Kid used to dream of getting a marshal's badge, but not like this.
Kid used to dream of getting a marshal's badge. Not like this. So pretty cool. Love the style.
The Skyway's a welcome sight after all that. And now ain't nothing left for nobody down at Cinderbrick Fort. Kid shows up just as Ulf's telling me about his own journey to the city.
Alright.
Seems the only thing the Calamity saved for Zulf was his smoking pipe. Poor kid collapses after just one drag.
Don't do drugs, okay? Oh, we're in a dream?
The past. Only good thing ever come out of the past
dude. Who knows
is
where?
history.
So it's like a memory.
Catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money.
Interesting. Whoa.
Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either.
Interesting. Ah, there's a hole there.
So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years. In the history of Caelondia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. What was I saying? Anyway,
What was it saying?
out there, a kid learned to fend for himself. Learn to build. Learn to break. In time, the kid earned good standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. One night, on one of his expeditions, the ground beneath him shuddered, cracked, and split apart. He saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that. All the kid had to work with was his hammer and the clothes on his back. Through twisted streets, he ran with nothing but the city crest and an old stranger's voice to guide him. Past don't matter for nothing now.
Back to Bastion.
The marshals seem like good men, he says. They treated him with dignity. Zolf brought his antique smoking pipe all the way from the terminals. Even since the Ura surrendered to us, the marshals kept a wary eye on him. Zolf's travels ain't much compared to what the kids had to go through for all this.
Let's do Lost and Found.
The Lost and Found. Here, kid takes fragments of the old world and makes them whole again. All it takes is some fragments, and the Bastion makes it good as new.
100% damage when counter blocking with the bullhead shield. Stabsynth. Waxy thirst quenching drink refined from ground stab weed needles. Automatically retaliate when injured. Yeah. Bastion bourbon. Health tonics fully restore health. Final warning. A blast sent straight up into the air causing
They had thankless jobs, the most important kind. Kid takes another drag, goes out like a light.
So this is just like
There's something you should know about the kid, but let me take it from the top.
where does it start me out?
The past catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life. Supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie.
Alright, so this is just refreshing what we just
He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. What was I saying? Anyway.
Okay.
The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either. So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years. In the history of Ceylondia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. Out there, kid learned to fend for himself, learn to build, learn to break. In time, the kid earned good standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. One night, on one of his expeditions, the ground beneath him shuddered, cracked, and split apart. You saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that. Past don't matter for nothing now.
Well, at least we got another moment.
The Marshals kept the city's peace. They can rest easy now.
+2 health capacity.
Stay absinthe is like drinking a cool breeze. Just don't go spitting needles everywhere. Anything survives a musket shot ought to be quick work for that blade. Finders keepers.
Whale Ale. +25 damage using secret skills. Lunkhead liqueur, bitter leathery flavor comes from bits of lunkhead scales believed to improve reflexes. +100% damage when counterblocking. Nice. I get it. Lunkhead. Alright, so you can choose 2 different versions of this upgrade. Either minor shred but better range, or more spread and less range.
You want to tune a scrap musket, you start with the barrel.
Munitions cartridge filled with larger pieces of scrap, so knockback or
The Marshals learn to pack those shells full of fire.
Let's do the musket.
Ever felt a Zolwood gourd? Like picking up broken glass barehanded. At Zolwood Grove, Marshals learn to make every shot count.
Destroy all
The
targets.
trick was to pop all those nasty gourds without wasting ammo. Most Marshals didn't get far on their first few tries. Had to catch a bunch of those gourds in a single shot. Funny thing about muskets is they work best up close. They took a keen eye, got an
Second
itchy
prize.
trigger finger.
So we got something coarse and something foul. Alright. So we need
Kid
to
takes a
do
little personal time for just him and his favorite
Four.
musket.
the last one. Or last, I guess.
Plenty of gourds to go around, even now. Marshals like to fine-tune their muskets to get better results.
Second prize. Alright, how much do we need for first prize? Is it 10 or 15? 15. We're so close.
The orchard grew over so quick, the Marshals made it worth clearing out.
Okay. Back to Bastion. Let's get that knockback instead.
Marshals did more than just stand around shooting, of course.
Greater knockback. Better spread. Tax cripple. What? Oh, this is WB Games. Interesting. Supergiant Games. Alright. There we go.
The best of the best cleared the course in just a few shots. Kid probably could have made himself marshal one day. Turn him round and round all you like. Pit's still gonna be ugly.
Alright, let's see. Relentless series of blasts that overcompensates for the musket's slow rate of fire. Only once did the marshals resort to this technique in the days following the war. A lightning fast flurry of strikes that can cut through even the toughest armor. Alright.
That's Zolwood Grove. A nice quiet place to show a musket a good time. That's a scrapyard, where folks got to smash things and call it community service.
Nice.
The city's unwanted things all met their end in the yard. Folks who fouled up would do their time here, smashing things to bits.
Quickly destroy.
The quicker they worked, the sooner they could go. Folks learned to plant their feet and put their backs into it. Others would plot a course to navigate that sea of junk. Had to work real fast for the finest prize.
47 for us.
Kid pays another visit to the scrapyard for old time's sake. Worked too slow and all you got was a sore back. Folks invested their earnings to forge even better hammers. A good day's smashing can feed a family for a week.
Nice. 27 seconds or less. Alright, we can do that.
Always plenty there for smashing.
So the last one's 27.
Ever want to just smash things for a while? You know where to go.
Yes, sir, I do. Alright.
That's the Langston River. Used to cut all the way to the wild. Think it was bad then.
There's the wall up there.
The Langston River flowed free and wild till the calamity drank it all up. Maybe all that water just grew wings and flew off.
an easy way to clear.
Riverbank swarming with windbags. They're so bent on finding the core, they hardly notice the kid. Lucky for him, a certain famous ferry barge is still afloat. Weeping Nellie. She sends some squirts crying home as she leaves port. Maybe Nellie knows the way to the core. Maybe she can slip right past all the clamor on the coast. Or maybe not. A security skiff pulls up portside. Nellie's just another windbag to those guns.
Oh, come on.
Just then, the windbags notice who she's sailing with. They're pretty steamed about what happened at Cinderbrick. They try to cut her off. They try to slow her down. They try to knock her out. But Weeping Nellie tries harder. Try as she might, though, she hits a snag. Kid's gotta help her get untangled. Favors for favors. She picked a good spot for a break, because the core's right there. Then the kid hears an unusual sound, like 100 flapping wings. Peckers. They had their own eyes on the core, but why? Well, kid ain't got time to think it over just yet. He finds Weeping Nellie raring to go. Turns out she's got a special surprise for when the water's getting rough. She's gonna need a little help with all them peckers. Traffic things think they're king of the roost now. The rest of us only wish we could fly in times like these.
This is cool.
Security skiffs keep on coming, starboard side. Don't seem to care what they shoot, as long as they hit something. Windbags getting even better out here. They aim to smash Weeping Nellie to splinters. Well, it all proves too much for poor Nellie. solid ground in the Picker country. They want that core real bad. Seems the calamity ain't hurt the Pickers' appetites. Kid shoos him off, knowing they'll be back. Know how many times Kid nearly fell off the barge back there? A good couple of times. Now, listen close. You should remember this now.
Damn it.
Why go to Prosper Bluff?
Didn't want to go down yet.
Used to take an enterprising man or a plain old fool to venture out that far. The city was the most beautiful place in the world. We all knew that. But on the other hand, some folks just yearn to see the things they're told they can't. And that's why you go to Prosper Bluff, ain't it? There, the kid hears something he ain't heard in a long while. How's it go again? Yeah, that's the one.
city on the hill, like Bastion.
Well, no point explaining what happens next, right? Suffice it to say, kid ain't coming home empty-handed.
Hidebound. Worn a memento. Scroll notes. The book contains various indecipherable scientific diagrams. Interesting.
And besides, it's like the song goes. They'll be here before too long.
Cool.
We darn near celebrated when the kid got back, didn't we? Zolf never thought he'd see a fellow Ura again. We become fast friends. Calamity has that effect on people. But there was more to be done. There was one last core to find.
One last core?
Kid's surprised when I tell him there's only one core left. I shouldn't have believed it either. Most of the Ura never got a taste of Ceylondia's fine goods, unless they were born and raised in the city like Zia here. Sure, the world's all gone to pieces farther than the eye can see, but leave it to this gal to point out the amazing view. Girl tried to run away from home one time, but the marshals stopped that, didn't they? So many secrets in there, and she can't even read it. Her father's own journal.
Oh, interesting.
If only I'd known half the secrets of the Calamity were tucked away in that book, I'd have worked to translate it right away. A scientific journal written in Zolf's native tongue. He learned so much from it. Too much.
Uh-oh.
Behold, the Pantheon.
Foes shall have vengeance in the throes of defeat.
wasn't fixed, it was unbroken. Come on, give the little tyke a break. If you're feeling low, count on the buttery flavor of our own Bastion bourbon.
Okay.
We track the final core beyond the city to the wilds.
The wild outskirt.
That's the edge of the wilds, where Jawson and his boys disappeared.
Alright, I have a feeling this is gonna continue after the core.
The wild unknown. Place can eat a man alive. Place is so raw, even the Calamity couldn't cook it. Not all of it.
Dueling pistols.
You know what's better than having a slinger pistol in a fight? Having two. Savage things lurking at every turn. Good thing pin cushions can't see where they're shooting.
Hey, it's the core.
Pecker's got the core, like they're building a bastion of their own. The welcoming committee scrambles to attention. Didn't expect the kid so soon. Kid learns the hard way not to touch those things. They shouldn't have let the guard down. Getting that core was one thing. Getting out's gonna be another. He digs his way out of the clearing, but the wilds won't let him go without a fight. All too easy to lose one's way out in the wilds. Wallflowers survive the Calamity. Toughened him up. Same goes for the kid. Best take it real slow. Pincushions are afoot. Slinger Jawson's old outpost is all that's left of him. it's made it out this far. Kid's seen the last of them. Don't ever turn your back on a pincushion. Kid's roused up half the wilds by now. Gotta keep a sure foot out there. Leave it to the kid to make time for stomping swamp weeds. Kid's faster than a slinger with those guns. Kid gets the feeling he's being watched. Not by me, by a lunkhead. And lunkheads ain't fond of two-legged animals. Hit him anywhere but the hindquarters and he only make it mad. By now, kid's got more needles in him than a stab weed. Pineapple's about the only good thing out here. The wild's already reclaimed this place. Gives the wallflower a taste of its own medicine. He's anxious to get back. After all, he's got the final core. His journey's over, right?
Sure.
Well, no, it ain't. Not by a long shot.
Nice.
Kid knows something's up when we ain't there to give a warm welcome. See, Zolf and I were just wrapping up a heated discussion. Zolf can barely muster the words. The calamity failed, he says, but I will not.
Huh.
And with that, Zolf
I had a
leaves us
bad
here,
feeling about him.
alone.
Evidence of Zolf's rage against the Bastion. Something brought out a flash of violence in the man. He attacked Rux and severely damaged the monument, then fled in anger.
Zolf cursed the city, cursed the Bastion, cursed me, said he was going home. When Zolf got through reading that journal, he just snapped. Started smashing up the monument till I tried to stop him.
Gain the required number of secret skill techniques. Restore the land piece by piece. Raise the required number of land pieces throughout travel. Vanquish creatures touched by the calamity. Discover the lost mementos. Gain the required number of mementos strewn across the countryside. Earn first prize in the grounds. Three foes with a single well-timed power shot. Defeat a hardy foe with the last bolt in a clip.
He ain't all that shy. I can barely believe he's come this far. Zolf banged up the monument pretty bad. But there's a way to put her back together. The shards. We're gonna need all of them to nurse the Bastion back to health.
Alright.
The city brought the shards to the wilds. Now the kid's gonna bring them back.
Let's see what this one is.
You have to think fast to survive the wilds, and none thought faster than the slingers. They could shoot their pistols with the speed of a machine. They knew just when to start shooting and when to stop. Those pistols could spit out rounds just as quick as you could pull the trigger. Learning to hold your fire could be its own challenge. slingers were much quicker than the average pistolier.
Something greasy. 500. Right,
The slingers could plug you full of holes faster than you could say draw.
Nice.
The slingers like to edge each other out using customized pistols. Eventually, it all comes down to reflexes. Just because you're fast don't mean you gotta be reckless. Well, even the slingers weren't quick enough to escape the calamity. Don't look down. Slinger range is where the city's quickest pistoliers put themselves to the test. The less said about Dawson Bog, the better. That place will eat your mind.
Let's go.
After Zolf's little episode, Kid sets off in search of shards. First stop, Dawson Bog. You'll get lost in that bog, I told the kid, and I won't be able to guide you back.
He will know the way.
Well, I let him go. What else could I do? What could any of us do? Zolf put us in a real bind. Hurt the Bastion bad. But the shards can make it better. They're like smaller doses of the core's medicine. Shame the only place to fill that prescription is out here in the wilds. This place is intoxicating.
Uh-oh. Tempting the city with its riches and mystery.
Don't know where he's gone. Might be gone for good for all I know. Wherever he is, somewhere I've never been. Somewhere I never want to go. pop some good. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a lonesome ghost of a gas fella. What do you say to a kid who's seen too much? I'm Zolf of Ura. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Now the kid sees something stranger still. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds kid can't fall no matter how hard he tries. Peckers, lunkheads, wallflowers, pincushions, pineapples, swamp weeds, ankle gators.
Nice. The back.
Now the Bastion can send him even farther into the wild unknown. Kid sets foot inside one of Ceylondia's famous watering holes. He has the nerve to flash the shield he stole. He's a petty thief. The security's just succeeds where the calamity failed. Would you look at what he did to poor old Rondi, the bartender? Proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. It's so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world's alright.
This is
Snoozing
crazy.
there on a rock in the sky. He wakes up. I'm just fooling. He sees what's left of the rippling walls. Years of work undone in an instant. He sees what's left of Pith, the bull. The gods, they're all undone. He sees what's left of his lifelong friend.
Damn.
His friend, he's come undone too. He sees what's left undone.
Ordinary campsite. Interesting. With the loss of found this money on a variety of items.
Thought we'd lost him, but he finally comes to. The shard ain't lost either. Not anymore. Now to find a ticket out of this hole. Kid doubles back just in case you miss something. Bootlickers stick their nasty thorns into his heels. Disgusting things. Ever heard of a lung blossom? It's bigger than the stories say. Breath on that thing, like a scumbag sprung a leak. say one whiff of lung blossom can make you lose your mind. Well, the kid prunes it down to size somehow.
It's a cool boss battle, but it didn't kill me. Oh man, we can't go back. Very
Mother only knows what happened in the bog. Kid never much cared to speak of it.
Want a serious? Try invoking more idols at the shrine. So
A
they're
shard is
skulls.
like a poor man's core, but beggars can't be choosers. That's it. A few more shards like that, and we'll be back in business. A single shard can breathe new life into this place. The shard's got enough juice to spruce up any of these places.
True Distillery grants access to potent spirits from the Power Reserve. 2 additional upgrade tiers, unlocking the full potential of each weapon. New idols to the most elusive members of the
Never could ask for a song. The memorial may be finished, but our part is far from over.
Quickly put 12 bullets in a single foe without missing. Survive a trip to who knows where with at least one shrine idol active.
I worry for him, just don't care to show it. Party punch is so zesty, it'll let you carry on through the worst of times. Takes a lot of moving pieces to make a dependable sidearm. Now he can shoot that fang repeater all day long. The repeater and machete, favorite choices of the Ura hunters we once fought. The city tried to use the shards to stake out the wilds. So much for that plan. Rothless Lagoon, even the brushers stopped going there. Didn't like being eaten.
There's a queen that lives here, apparently.
Ankle gators used to roam the wilds, and they nested at Rothless Lagoon. Many a tale folks used to scare their children straight originated here. All kinds of beasts we don't know up from down, still lurking about.
Let's go this way first.
These beasts, they don't like company. Can't get hasty in a place like this. Only the city's brushers knew their way around the lagoon. Even the brushers learned to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct.
Ankle gator queen.
Well, they ain't. One of them's been living in the tall grass. They called her Queen Anne. Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of a shard. Ankle gators love shiny things. Ain't time for pecker hunting, but the kid can't resist. Know what smells worse than an ankle gator's breath? A stinkweed. The lagoon's got plenty of other dangers, of course. Can't fight Queen Anne without the proper tools. They say you can't hurt an ankle gator unless it's raining. And it ain't raining. The brushers use their pikes to keep their distance around here. Now the kid can do the same. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Kid's got a mean throwing arm. Most of those peckers are smart enough to stay out of Queen Anne's way.
Shows surpassing skill, crushes pike. Here's a foe with a thrust and
Those pin cushions been living off the ankle gator scraps. Queen Anne can't fit down some of these narrow paths. Queenie leads the kid into some kind of twisted trap. One bad step in that tall grass and he's Queen Anne's lunch. He holds his ground. Seems the Queen's running out of options. Still no sign of the shard.
No, I think, I'm alright here.
The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. Kid's gotta make a run for it. Those leaping lunkheads don't like Queen Anne any better than the kid. That old gator's right on his tail. Queen's got one mean bite. must have scared a bunch of peckers out of hiding. Seems even stinkweeds know to stay away from the queen. Gators don't much care for their young. That's why there ain't many around.
They're large and heavy. They're most heavy. This one. Eggs take decades to hatch. Really easy to drag.
Wanna know how to find an ankle gator lair? They use a kid as bait. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go. They say if you run across an ankle gator, you better keep running. The shard's sitting in plain view. Starting to get annoyed. That was for the brushers.
That was cool.
Kid's done what needed to be done. Queen Anne's reign is over. We even got a crown jewel. All that trouble for a single shard. But you know what? It was worth it. The arsenal's complete, in case we need protection. With a pike and repeater in hand, he's like a man come straight from the wilds. That gator's a crazy gal. But so is the gal who promised to look after her. The Brushers, they moved in shadows, but the calamity found them.
Something pointy.
Points just don't get any sharper than that. They said Queen Anne was just a folktale. Now there's living proof she ain't.
I really like this
The
style.
next shard should be farther out there in the wilds. Over there's Camp Dauncey, where the Brushers steeled themselves for secret missions.
Alright, let's try out this pike.
To prepare for the wilds, Ceylandia's Brushers practice at Camp Dauncey. Had to navigate a maze of pincushions with nothing but a pike.
Activate all switches.
It's a dangerous test for a dangerous job. Sometimes the course was brutal. Health tonics were off limits at Camp Dauncey. They said they made you weak.
Restart area.
The Brushers were Ceylandia's field agents, and their training was harsh. It's a dangerous test for a dangerous job. You had to find a path through the maze as quick as you could. Sometimes the course was brutal. One well-placed throw could take out several of those ugly critters.
Yep, missing one. It's probably all the way down here. What's going on, man? Yeah, here it is.
Just getting through the course in one piece was an accomplishment.
Under 90 seconds. Wow. Nice. I mean, I guess work isn't necessarily nice, but you know what I mean. Good morning. 90 seconds. That's gonna be tough. We gotta find like a
You can
path.
see why the brushers prize those pikes of
Oh,
theirs.
is the game too loud? I'm sorry. Turn the audio up. Desktop down. Yeah, the guy's voice is fairly loud. How's this? Is this better? Have you ever played this game? It's awesome.
Point Lemaine's Grand Rail once brought the riches of the wild right to our doorstep.
I can hear that smooth voice now. Nice.
Know how Celandia became the richest city in the world? 2 words. Point Lemaine.
I don't want to have the spear anymore. I forgot to switch it out.
If
Oops.
the wilds could ever be tamed, it was gonna happen right here. But now, the greatest outpost past the city line is nothing but a freak show.
Ha.
The army's triggers once had the place on lockdown.
What?
Might as well pick up where they left off. Bland,
Oh,
just
man.
like days. Gun like that can even put the wilds in check.
That's awesome. $120.
Point Lemaine seen better days for sure, but it ain't done.
I really like this narrator.
Whole place shudders in a fit.
This is. I never heard of it at all.
Lemaine, not only is it still there, it still works. Of course, it's
Interesting.
no longer shipping hides and alloys and spices, but it can give the kid a lift. Just as long as he can stay clear of the trouble on the tracks.
Nice. Ah. What's that?
Grand Rail's all grown over with things of calamity chewed up and spat out. Things eager to take back their turf.
I like how the long range it is. I've always did not think there would be guns. Yeah, right?
You don't let so much as one of those things slip by. Lunkheads settle
Oh.
in like they own the place.
Nice. I like how the map like assembles itself while you're playing.
Takes fancy footwork on the rail, what with wallflowers, coughing fungus everywhere.
Dead. Okay, that doesn't do anything.
Not much wiggle room
Oops.
there near the rail.
Nice.
The place used to be closed off, but now it's split open like a rotten pineapple.
I've been pretty good. So we're doing. I saw that you were streaming. I guess earlier today for me.
50 years ago,
Like last night
first
for you.
shots fired in the Ura-Celandian War.
All right, Army Carbine. That's what it's called. Standard issue bolt action rifle, also known as the weapon that conquered the continent. Let's do this. And then we'll do the war machete. A single swift devastating shot aimed straight for the foe's vulnerable parts. Let's try the trap snare. So we're doing a challenge this year where we're going through the entire alphabet in terms of games. So we started with Alien Isolation, and now we're playing Bastion, and we're going to continue from there, A, B, C, D, E, all the way to Z if we can. I'm trying to do at least 2 games a year so that I can stay on track. Thanks, man. I try. I don't always follow through or succeed, but I try. It's really great because I feel like a lot of time, I don't know what to play, and I'm asking people for advice. This kind of helps me decide easy. I like this weapon because it poisons enemies.
It was right here that Zolf's Ura forefathers decided to mix it up.
And you can reflect with your shield. I just crashed and burned with Nuzlocke Pokemon Run, so I'm in that same boat. I'm not knowing what's next. Yeah, so I had that like happen all year last year. So this is kind of a nice way to do it. Oh, hell yeah. Quickly put 12 bullets in a single foe without missing. So this game has like achievements that grant you experience and stuff.
Okay, so maybe we didn't get their sign off on the whole Grand Rail thing. That was bad.
And this guy explaining everything is just hilarious. He's great. We don't want to go that way.
To the bone down in those dens of theirs. Zealandia lost many good men on the rail.
Oh, cool. We got him somehow. Oh, secret. Okay, so those give health back. Nice. Oh, that's a health pack. Ooh, the shard.
Well,
Nice.
The rail won't last much longer now that the kid took the shard. It's still got one good run in store for it. All the rotten wood there on the rails turned it into swamp weed central. Ever tried dancing side to side while holding your breath?
Ever tried dancing side to side while holding your breath?
Peckers trying to prick you in the eye. Well, let me tell
Where am
you,
I? Okay, there I am.
fun.
Ugh. But it's such a shame that mobile games took on this art style, because outside of that context, it does look very nice. Yeah, this game is heckin' good. I'm really happy I played it. And that was the other thing. I'm going to turn this down a little bit more on my end rather than in your end, because I can barely hear myself think right now. All right. I was developing quite the backlog. Oh, this isn't good.
But then at last, it's the end of the line. They'll be picking swamp weed out of those boots for days.
Thanks, man. So you lost the Nuzlocke challenge, I guess.
Turns out he's got company up at the radio station, waiting for him.
Nice.
Just another wallflower, pincushion like it.
Australia is phasing out PS3 and 360 games this month, so I've been buying so many that I never get around to. My backlog is bursting. I don't have any PS3, and we don't have EB games anymore. But that's crazy that they're phasing out Xbox and
At first he
360.
thinks itself.
Uh-oh.
Turns out he's wrong. This is for you, says the man. Then wham.
Guess he hit me?
When the kid comes to, the man's long gone. But something else is there.
Got to the champion and in an act of hubris, I thought I wouldn't have to grind. Uh-oh. Addressed to Zia, it appears to be written by Zolf, who must have found another Ura survivor to deliver the message. Maybe Zolf taught Zia enough of their native language to be able to read this.
The only words kid recognizes on that parchment are for Zia. Well, what's a kid to do? He took
I
the
started seeing
shot.
red and all logic
took
and
the
flew
hit.
out the window.
He
Oh
took
no.
the note.
I remember watching
That
the
note cut straight
like
to the
the
heart
first-
of things, don't it?
your first episode of that, and like you lost your starter Pokemon and everything.
Kid arrives just in time to sample Zia's famous cooking. He wolfs down too much too fast, and it all goes to his head.
Huh. We're doing another one of these challenges, I guess.
I've said a lot about the kid, but he ain't the only one wrapped up in all this.
So these are like flashbacks that explain more about the characters. But they're not flashbacks, they're kind of more like challenges.
What's he thinking? Well, let me see if I got this straight. I only heard it once.
They're like, arenas.
Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the Tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Ceylondia.
Got over my shield.
Her folks were orphaned in the war, taken in and raised
I always thought the
inside
protagonist
city. on condition they would
That's
never
not the
return.
protagonist
to
was
the
a kid,
terminals.
so hearing this gruff voice come out of... No, that's not him. That's I'll show you him when I get back to Bastion. Yeah, he's talking about the kid's life.
Refugees who came into the city had to stay for life. It was a way to reduce the risk of city secrets leaking out. The mama passed away from birthing complications, leaving the girl trapped inside that city with no one but her father.
Oh. I don't like these guys. Stinkweeds.
Her father was sharper than a brusher's pike, so he got a job working for the city's mancers. His daughter barely saw him.
Oh gosh.
Her father told her nothing of her Ura heritage. He told her nothing of the mancers. It's for your own good, he said. She took to studying the arts, learned more through music than history books, gained a knack for strings and songs.
The music is excellent in this game too. Dude, these guys are kicking my ass.
At first, she tried to be like other girls, but her classmates spread word that her father was an Ura trader, selling out the city.
Oh, by the way, if you're wondering if you look at the bottom of these enemies, you can see like a disc of health. That's how you can tell how much health they have.
One young man stood up for her, or so he led her to believe. He knew much of her heritage, and she grew fond of him.
Ah, shit. I gotta get super close for this one. Oh, it's getting faster. Got it.
The young man convinced her to take him to her family den to meet her father. Spoke of how he wanted to meet a man from the terminals.
Oh, I got something in my eye. All right.
When the young man greeted her father in the Ura's native language, her father flew into a fit of rage and threw them out.
Oh, hello.
The young man never told her that the Ura's native language is not to be used by foreigners. To do so is a terrible insult. Now, where were we? It was then that she decided to escape. The two of them could flee the city together and go to the Tassel terminals.
One day that wall is gonna fall.
They would hide inside a garbage bin until it got ingested by a scumbag. Then let him slosh on out of the city for disposal.
Interesting. Oh my god, two of them? Ah.
Someday those tears are gonna spill.
Lost my train of thought there.
I dig my hole into the wall. I dig my hole into the wall.
Ooh, they're hurting each other.
One day that
Oh.
gonna build that city on a hill. Gonna build that
It's so
city
fast.
on a hill. Someday those tears are gonna spill. So build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there.
I digress. Her plan almost succeeded. But the
All right.
authorities were already there when that
Too tough.
scumbag Finding gourmet ingredients ain't easy these days, but we'll take what we can get. The note says it plain. Zia, go east to learn the truth about the calamity and our people. I'll be waiting. Sincerely, Zulf.
Zulf is like somebody we've met. Okay, so this guy right here, this guy is the guy that's been talking. His name's Rux.
Zulf's messenger was one of his people. Wonder just how many of them survived, and what exactly Zulf told him. It ain't too late to unlock the potential of this place. You need an awful big lost and found under the circumstances.
Nice. Mender Mead. Gain some health by counterblocking with the bullhead shield. Nice. A leech shade. Gain some health by striking foes. Plus 5% chance to turn zealous after defeating a foe. While zealous, gain plus 200 damage for 3 seconds. Interesting. Bull Brandy, vicious beverage brewed as an offering to Pith, known for promoting longevity and resistance to pain. Cool. Well, we can't afford most of those, so I think we have unlocked this though.
The wilds with a calling. Want to stay alive in the wilds? Pack a pair of pistols and a good blade.
We've already upgraded that enough anyway. Something fancy. So you can choose which reload that you want for these. Ah, it's so close. All right, I think we're gonna save it for that one.
The shards are getting harder to find.
All right, well,
That's Trigger Hill, where the Army's elite became the
Trigger
finest
Hill, nice.
marksmen in the land.
nah, let's go here.
Not everything blew up in the calamity. Why, Colford Cauldron here blew up way ahead of its time. The cauldron boiled over some 300 years ago. They say it filled the skies with ash and the lakes with molten rock. If you wanted to survive something like that, you had to learn to adapt. So in a way, the beasts of the wilds, they're all survivors too. Best to keep out of the cauldron. It takes a certain stubborn pride to keep on living in a place like this.
Some sort of dragon that was struck.
for us, we learned an awful lot from Colford Culture.
Ooh, firebellows.
That learning led to some interesting inventions.
Oh, wow.
The raw power of the world fell right into our hands.
That's awesome.
Can't fault our people for their natural curiosity now, can you? Playing with the cauldron's fires became an addiction.
You know it. It's an interesting weapon.
Sure, we dusted off a good many secrets out here.
All right.
But we discovered other things we're better off not knowing. Taste the air so hot it sticks to your lungs.
Oops.
The unforgiving scent of sulfurous dirt.
Nice.
All sorts of things crawling underfoot. You can cook those things, but you can't eat them.
You can cook those things, but you can't eat them.
Never thought we'd find so much life in all that ash.
Nice.
more ash we swept aside, the more life we found.
Something pointy.
Kept on sifting through the cauldron's secrets anyway.
Alright, let's... There we go. There we go.
Place as inhospitable as they come. But still we pressed on.
So when we kill all the enemies, it seems that we're doing this.
After all, when we look down inside Culford Cauldron, look down through all the smoke and flames. We saw in there the heart of the world, the heart now laid bare by the calamity.
I have a bad feeling about this.
We had to have it. As for the kid, he just has to get that shard out of there. Too bad taking that thing woke up every last stink eye from here to Charleston Bog. Kid's thinking he's got to trek all the way back around the cauldron. Luckily, the cauldron cooked up a little shortcut for him. Sure, it ain't the most convenient path.
Ah.
Biggest stink eye he's ever seen's waiting for him on the other side. Well, it ain't polite to stare, Where there's one stink eye, there's always more.
I like that they're called stink eyes.
The cauldron's tenants all gather up to bid the kid a fond farewell. The kid don't shed any tears for him, though. With a good spyglass, you can still see the cauldron from the city.
Nice.
But all the fires died out. There's nothing left of it. It comes back looking like the inside of a chimney.
Nice.
We're all a little short on friends these days, so that's a welcome sight.
Pet sitter.
The shard works like a charm. You can hear the monument's heartbeat again. Ain't saying much. That's the greatest forge in all the city.
We need more material. We got it. But now we can't afford. Okay, so critical hit damage or +1 blades thrown. So it's additional stuff here. Got it.
At least it won't get cold around here with that thing around.
Flame cause lasting burn. +1 damage per flame.
On the inside, a fire bellows ain't nothing like its more popular hair-spitting cousin. We could have a fine old cookout with that stuff. Too bad that's not the plan. The culture. A still life of old unwanted keepsakes. They said the wild could never be tamed. If only they could see us now.
I love these gods. They're cool. Foes shall gain resilience to physical harm. Yeah, we don't want to activate any of those.
We
I don't
spotted
think.
a pecker carrying a shard to Mount Zan. Grady Incinerator's where we sent off all our trash to be burned or be eaten by the wilds. No risk of Culford Cauldron ever erupting again, they used to say. Guess they were wrong. Not much left of Mount Zan nowadays. It's like a cross between a zoo and a prison break.
Let's see what's here.
Welcome to Grady Incinerator, home of the hottest wings east of Ceylondia. In all seriousness, the incinerator was a dump, and it had a problem with peckers.
Fry peckers before time expires.
Plus, the things would swoop in and spread trash all around, until we started using fire. We couldn't just torch them all at once. We had to use restraint.
Third prize. 60. So we were very close. Skybridge back up. Something foul. Let's restart.
Know how we kept the city clean?
Now that we know what we're doing.
Trash in Grady Incinerator. Peckers that flock together were easy pickings.
Nice. Come on. Got them all. First prize?
Wasn't any other way to teach those peckers some respect.
That was fun.
Who knows why we fought so hard to defend our own trash?
Alright, so what do we get here? Ring of Fire. Nice.
The cinders kept the city good and warm, made it thrive. Can't rightly call Mount Zan the mountain anymore. There's no more mountains now. There's no place left for the beasts of the wild to go. So they figure they'll hold out right here, on a slab of mountain the Calamity forgot.
This is interesting.
Good thing for those beasts the Calamity saved leftovers. We only found their little lair because they found themselves a little shard. Creatures of the wild, they've been building a bastion of their own. It's a delicate situation. Those beasts been hoarding all the valuables they could find.
Gotta go up here.
They even dragged their children into this. Without a doubt, the situation stinks.
How do we get back over? Okay. Oops. Hate when that happens. Kind of clip through.
Best thing we can do for those beasts right now is put them down quick and clean. There's only one kind of mercy
Galleon
left these
mortar.
days. What the city left behind, those beasts took for themselves.
Nice. This is amazing.
It takes a lot of convincing, and our mortars have to do the talking. Look at it this way. It's either them or us. But if we win, they win too. Our Bastion is everybody's game, not just ours. Unfortunately, there's no explaining that to a simple beast. Those beasts been hard at work fixing up the place. They've rounded up their survivors, just like we have.
There we go. Oh, okay.
They've been searching for cores and shards, just like we have. Maybe they've thought about turning back, just like we have. We
Here we
just
go.
really need their shard. Kid got it fair and square. That's the way.
Oh, interesting. All right.
He's done what's best for him, don't you worry. Don't you worry. We'll all be better off once the Bastion is complete.
Will we?
The monument's getting better. Zolf sure did a number on it, though. just the occasion to crack open the distillery's private reserve.
+2 black tonic. So we have an attack that would have brought defeat.
Fallen malt is filled with crunchy minerals that keep you safe out on them rocks.
After the Cals decommissioned the largest fleet, the ship's master broadside moors found a new purpose defending the walls.
Walk by a kid with a machete and a mortar. You just keep on walking. Fix that thing right up, didn't we? Made these goings-on a little livelier. The conscience. We haven't lost everything, long as we have that.
Nice. Spend. Wow.
That mortar's gonna leave a lasting impression. Suppose it's true, a little song can put things in perspective.
Nice. You can change the music, I guess. Yeah. Alright, we got a lot.
Ain't never letting go of his old friend with a sturdy grip like that. His bow's looking lean and mean like a prize fighter. Takes a careful touch to rattle those bones like that. A solid frame can put an extra sting in every slice. Without an insulated air intake, that thing's liable to blow up on you. The city, its riches, nothing but fragments now.
Create every structure in Bastion. We got one more for that.
Sometimes I want to ask him, why do any of this? The truth is, I don't want to know. fix a brusher's pike, you just need a good length of knife bark. That's the way to make every shot count.
Gain some health by counterblocking. Alright.
Just a couple shards left. The quarry's gotta have one, right? Boundless Bay used to be a weapons test and dry dock. Ain't never been this dry, though. Ceylondia's armada was a glorious sight, and our ship's mortars were unstoppable. At Boundless Bay, our Navy put those mortars through a rigorous inspection. Had to use squirts to simulate explosive impact on the surface of the sea. Choosing targets with those mortars was one of the trickiest parts. Galleon skippers needed to be patient, needed to fire at just the right times. Sounds like the kid's mortar's in tip-top shape.
Something heavy and something burnt. So we need 80.
If you got a thing for heavy artillery, then I've got the place for you.
How many shots do we have? Maximize. So we need to get 80 in.
A variety of modifications could be used to enhance the power of a mortar.
A little trickier than I thought.
Swim in Boundless Bay.
Nice.
You could almost see the fireworks over Boundless Bay.
We did it.
Good thing we got to that mortar before the beasts of the wild learned how to use it. The skippers delivered us from the motherland. Folks say Mender Mead's good for you. It's like an herb garden in full bloom.
We need more.
Taught him an old trick from a galleon gunner I once knew. The secret to how we built Ceylondia so tall and proud lies in Burstone Quarry.
Alright, let's go here. I think this will be our last level for tonight.
Imagine everything you need to build a city like Zealandia. It takes hard work and planning, and it also takes Bastion quarry. The Ura tunnels beneath the quarry must have softened the blow from the calamity. We bought the whole place from the Ura on the cheap. Same goes for its natives, rattletails. Why would the Ura put up with those pests? Rattletails ain't the worst of it either, but more about that in a little bit. The quarry came with a lifetime supply of windbags. Windbags smaller than the naked eye can see are nesting in those rocks. Not only are these rocks a source of life, we found that the oldest ones remember things. But there's even more to it than that. They're recording everything, all the time, taking it all in. No wonder all those beasts were drawn to the quarry. The rocks were calling them. Keeping the quarry free from pests turned out to be a problem. Rattletails kept tunneling in to snack on windbags. Hard times in the quarry these days. Windbags tended to the rocks, so we had to keep the rattletails at bay. Without those windbags, the quarry might not have its special qualities. Even stink eyes started taking root here. Rattletails filled the place with holes. would the Ura sell off such a fascinating place? The Ura always were a superstitious lot. Might be the gods told him the quarry's bad news. You know the Ura hated anything above ground. Might be the quarry just got too much sunshine for their liking. The quarry's secrets ain't exactly obvious. In any case, it's fair to say the quarry was a godsend. Those rocks, all polished to a mirror sheen. The largest ones, you know as cores. A single core could keep the lights on in an entire city district. The smaller ones, we call them shards. Shard's got a fraction of the core's power, enough to fuel a voyage to the motherland. Well, now the quarry's all dried up. These rocks are much too young to be of use.
Where'd the music go?
Remember how I said rattletails ain't the worst thing in the quarry? That honor goes to a beast we took to Colin, Sir Lunky. Massive things stomped many of our boys. We just couldn't get rid of him. The only thing harder than the rocks in Bastion quarry is Sir Lunky's head. His big fat rump's plenty tough too, but so is a kid. We never could get stubborn old Lunky to leave the quarry alone.
Nice.
Then the kid hears a voice calling from down the hall. "Are you all right?" it says. It's him. "I've come to warn you," he says. The Bastion is under siege. Let it fall. You should not go back. Kid hears him, but he ain't about to be deterred. "If that's the way it is," he says, "then I won't stop you. Because my countrymen will."
Interesting.
Say what you will about Zulf, but he's a man of his word. His countrymen don't much care for pleasantries, though. Too bad for that. Zulf showed him the way here, and here they came to take revenge. They got inside the Bastion and shut the door. Kid's gotta go in through the back. I should have told him sooner about all this. Unfortunately, they broke in, and they started digging their hole. Something wrong sprung out of those holes, and it's eating away.
Jesus.
We tried to stop him, but we needed him. Somehow, some way, he sensed those who were packing. Problem is, it didn't matter. Zulf's plan worked.
Christ.
We find each other as the dust settles. Then I tell him why the Ura came. To get us back. For the calamity.
What?
It was Caelandia's master plan to wipe the Ura out. But part of that plan backfired, didn't it? If only Zulf knew the whole story. What were we to think? They must have got her, taken her back to her rightful home. I don't like to keep him waiting. The shards can put this disease in remission, but there's only one cure. We need to finish what we started. The Mercy. The windbags ain't the only beast that drew a bad lot. To master the musket, you gotta get rid of the recoil. The sail hammer's only as strong as its spine. That's a strong spine. The inspiration. A forge can fashion anything.
Burning carousel.
The service for all the men and women who serve Zealandia. Don't want that thing leaving your hands until you decide it's time. Gotta make sure the pointy end's fastened on real tight. Even the army never issued carbines in such fine shape. Now that's what I call a knife.
All right. I think that's going to be it for us for tonight.
High time we built something new. Seems the gods recommended this place to all their friends. Now all we need is one last shard. The sanctuary. If we can build, we can rebuild. Think the gods are gonna help. He's made a right comfortable bed for all those bullets. That ought to give those dueling pistols a little extra kick.
All right.
The Ura swooped down from the east. At least now we know the way. Urzendra Gate used to lead down to the terminals. Now it leads up to the stars.
All right. So That's about it for us for today. Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll see you next time. Ta-ta.